Evening all. See, I can be late even when I'm starting early. And yes, you're going to have Manic Dan tonight because I'm running on 5 hours sleep and coffee. So, yeah, it's going to be a fun one. So I'll probably stream till about 1 AM UK time. So that's about 5.5 hours. Might push it to 6. See how we get on. The plan for tonight is to flesh out planetary landings a bit more. So one of the things I really want to do is start tying the actual planetary data into the generated surface. So we'll have a look at setting up some procedural materials for the trees and things. Start changing leaf colours, grass colours. Start looking at surface palettes. So I think one of the things we have to do is make sure we have a unified palette for colours, from what you see in space down to ground level. So if we are rendering forests from an orbital perspective, we need to make sure that the forests on the ground are the same colour. So we'll probably go through and look at the planetary data that we're generating, look at some of the material work we're doing, and then kind of roll the palette into that. So we might actually update the planets from an orbital perspective as well, and maybe add some more variation to the color palettes there. And yeah, just take it from there. Yeah, falling through the map is because the collision plane is not following the player. So do I have a copy of it here? Don't think I do. Oh no, I do. So I've had to change a few bits from last time. Oh look, you're still on Big Me. Hang on. There we go. I've got a bit of a sore throat as well, just to make the day more fun. Where are we? Yeah, so what we're doing is we're spawning in the actor for the planetary surface when it's required, rather than just doing it all the time. Which means that when you, at the moment at least, when you fly away from the planet, as soon as you get past 1 million kilometers, the terrain despawns completely, it's gone. There seems to be a small bug with picking up the camera origin, so we were having an issue where the bridge had planetary surface all around it and you weren't being teleported down. I have now since fixed that, but it does change a few bits about how it works. The thing with the collisions, and I need to figure out what's happening with this. Again, I haven't been through all the documentation for this particular plugin, so there's probably something I'm missing. But what should happen is that as you move across the terrain, the camera for your pawn is what determines the origin point for all the stuff the terrain's doing. So foliage spawn, collision generation is basically following the camera. For some reason it's not picking up the camera, and I think what's happening is because we're spawning the player in after the terrain is generated, it's picking up the camera for the loading screen pawn rather than the actual player pawn. So I might need to update some of the plugin to make sure that it picks up the right pawn, so it's picking up the right player camera. But we'll probably delve into that a bit later. But for now, I want to start working on some of the procedural stuff. I dabble with C++. I try and avoid it wherever possible. It's been many years since I've done C++ properly. I did it at college, but then went into web dev, so I kind of got out of practice and I've forgotten most of the syntax. So I tend to stick to blueprints where possible, but that said, there's a few bits and pieces we're using C++ for, either where the functions aren't exposed by Epic to blueprints, or where we need C++ just for performance reasons. So if it's something that's doing stuff on tick, I'll do that in C++ rather than blueprints, because it's a lot more performant. Planetary landings won't be in the next demo update. It will remain on the dev builds, but it's by no means finished, and we don't want to put it in the demo yet because it's literally a test system, and it's got lots wrong with it. So yeah, it's not demo ready yet. Right then. Well, ultimately, doing it all in C++ is better. It's more performant, you get more flexibility in terms of functions that you can use, you get deeper access to the engine. It's better all round. It's just blueprints are quick and easy. It's laziness more than anything. Yes, every Friday is Random Friday now. Just realised we're not on the test map, so we want to be on that. Right, so just as a bit of a refresher, the way planetary landings are going to work is that you will take a shuttle down to a surface, and when we rock up within 1 million kilometers of a planet, that surface will be generated. Right now it's just a flat 1,000,000 kilometers. We'll scale that by planetary radius, so smaller planets you'll need to get closer to. But for now we're just using this little glass portal thing. You pop through it and you're on the terrain. So you see how quickly that loads. It's like practically instant. So because we're having to teleport the player from the ship to the surface, when we actually implement shuttles properly, we will have to do some kind of teleport of the shuttle itself to the terrain environment. But yeah, you can see that how quickly that is. It's practically instant. So we will need that transition to transition the shuttle from the space environment to the surface environment. But given how rapidly the terrain generates, it's going to be a very, very quick transition. Probably something as simple as either just fading to black and now you're above the terrain, or we'll just do a really, really brief cut scene where you see the shuttle flying down, not the fluttle. That's a whole new type of vehicle. Yeah, you'll see the shuttle flying down towards the surface, fade to black, then you're there, flying above the surface. It should be really rapid, a few seconds at most. And yes, you will be able to fly around the planet. We will not have teleporters or transporter technology is way out there in terms of the theoretical physics involved, way more out there than we're comfortable with. At some point we'll probably have alien races that have maybe a visibility based point-to-point teleporters, but not anything in the Star Trek sense where you can like transport inside a cave in a mountain. If we ever do it, it's going to be visibility, like line of sight only. But we'll see what aliens we give what tech for that. But yeah, generally speaking, you'll always be using a shuttle to get from the ship to wherever you're going. So it could be a station, it could be another ship, it could be planetary surfaces, of course. The idea is you go to the shuttle bay, get in a shuttle, fly down to the surface, and then all of that in reverse to get back to your ship. Yeah, we're not interested in angering CBS in any way. Right. So right now we're on Earth, technically. So what we want to do is we want to start customizing the things like the grass color and the terrain color based on our planetary textures. We only have these test assets for now, because we just haven't gone through and made any assets yet. So we'll continue just using these purely for testing. But I guess what we'll do is if we start with the Sol system, and we'll make sure we get the right texture mapping, and we'll generate some biome materials for those. I suppose the other thing we need to do as well is we need to actually think about the biomes that are going to exist on planetary surfaces, and then how we scale those biomes across the surface. So obviously we want icy polar regions, deserty equatorial regions, temperate zones. We can use masks to do that. I know that the Shader World plugin for the surfaces does support masks for things like biomes, so I need to look into that. But we also need that at from an orbital perspective as well, so we need to build that into our planetary tech too. Well, why don't we open up our planet gen and then kind of go from there. So galaxy system, that one. Let's get rid of all the tabs because I always have all the tabs. Right, so generate procedural system. This is the spaghetti mess that we have. A lot of it is nicely commented like this. Also, half of it is still spaghetti mess because it's still being built. So I guess we're going to need to update the struct with this to add some more data points. Because when we generate surfaces, where are we? Oh, yeah, that's the trans-Neptunian stuff. Where's the gas giants there? Yeah, because we're not defining palette at this point. We're defining that when we generate the material based on the planet's seed. And I think given that we're now going to have multiple systems that are making use of the color palette for things like atmospheric color because of the gas involved, the color of the ocean based on the ocean chemicals and that sort of thing, we need to start defining some of that when we generate the planet data itself, as opposed to when we generate the surface texture. So we need to drive the surface texture from some of those new data points. So I guess if we just stick with terrestrial for now. Yeah, because we're defining the final planet type here based on various criteria. But we need more granular definitions. So like if it's a dwarf planet, is it an icy dwarf planet? Is it a rocky dwarf planet? Is it like a Mercury-like rocky planet, or is it more like Mars where it's very iron rich in terms of its surface color? So we need to start determining some of those details. So I think we'll probably do it using the base planet type, and then we'll roll the dice a bit on what final palette we're going to use for that. And of course we'll expand that over time as well to have many different palettes. Yeah, so eventually, and I might get round to some of this tonight, when we do the leaf color on a planet, it's going to be science based. So we'll look at the spectrum of the star, we'll look at the spectrum of the atmosphere, so we'll look at what color actually reaches the planetary surface, and therefore what color the leaves need to absorb, and what color they need to be in order to do photosynthesis. On Earth, I believe they reflect green because they use red. I think that's what it is. So they're absorbing the red spectrum, and that's why they're green. Something like that. I need to look into it again to confirm. But like M-class stars should have planets with blacker leaves because the black leaves need to absorb the much weaker light from the star. But things like that. Thank you, Sophie. Once again, you're very generous. Thank you. Yeah, so the sun is strongest in the green spectrum. To the naked eye, it's white in space because the RGB is balanced. But yeah, green is the strongest spectral line. But when it comes to plants, I'm pretty sure it's red that they absorb. Yeah, I did think that because our star is essentially green, that's why leaves are green. But no, it's nothing to do with it as far as I'm aware. Yeah, pretty sure it peaks in the green. Sun's wavelength, yeah. Yeah, that basically. So, so you can see in the light spectrum, it's kind of peaking around the green. Obviously, it doesn't look green because it's a fairly balanced spectrum, so it looks white. But yeah, it peaks in the green. Anywho, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into a lot of that. That's some of the more exciting stuff. And these definitions for like whether something's an Earth analog, the definition for that is going to be a lot tighter. Like right now, we're not looking into atmospheric pressure. So whether something, or rather whether the oxygen content of an atmosphere is breathable depends on atmospheric pressure, because as pressure goes up and down, the ratio of oxygen that's safe changes. So we need to make sure we have accurate pressures to determine whether you could breathe there, and also that the temperature range will be quite tight as well. So we'll be looking at atmospheric chemicals, pressures, type of water available on the surface. So whether or not something is an Earth-like should be quite rare to kind of hit all those Goldilocks numbers. Right now we're just purely dealing with temperature. Right, so we need a new enum for that. And I need to sort this folder out. no worries. All questions are good questions. I think the kind of standard way of doing it is you'll take like a metahuman naked FBX, pull that into something like Marvelous Designer, and then you'll do the clothing within Marvelous Designer on the FBX of like an A pose or T pose metahuman, because then you can sort out the weights and things, and it's definitely fitting that particular mesh. That's how I would do it. Yeah, I think in 5.7 they've added some more tools for doing things like clothing, because you've got like nanite cloth now. Was it not nanite cloth? Can't remember the name of it. Epic's physics system. But yeah, they've got their own cloth sim now. Yeah, the way that we're going to have to do it is, because we want to essentially kit bash the aliens, we need a series of skeletons in terms of the physics, and then we want lots and lots of different pieces. So our skeletal meshes will probably have a torso, legs, arms, and head as separate objects. So we can combine torsos and limbs and heads and things to create a virtually unlimited array of different alien species. And then when it comes to things like clothing, we'll do the same with those. So we'll have clothed torsos and clothed arms that are all done specifically for those arrays of pieces. I think that's how No Man's Sky do it. I think they have a similar sort of kit bash approach where they'll have like a set torso, and they have like libraries of limb assets that they can just swap out. So we want to do that in a way that doesn't look janky. So that's the plan. Hopefully we can achieve it. Thank you, Rob. Very much appreciated. You may hear lots of meowing because the kittens are being fed shortly. I'm just going to come up with a few different palettes that we can use. Oh, thank you, Claire. No, Rob, that's already been solved, actually. So if I show you, I needed to test this actually with multiple players. Bearing in mind, this is within the editor, so it behaves slightly differently to a packaged game. Case in point, we have no planet for the NPC. That's for the second player, for the simple reason that the database is locked and it can't get to the data. But if you look up there and you see a couple of M-class stars for the host, you can see those same. Oh no, you can't see them, of course, because the database is locked. So it's generating procedural stars for the client, but the proper ones for the host. But as the host, if I go down to the planet, like so, from the host's perspective, here's the planetary terrain. If I now take the client and I roll the ship. So I'm now rolling what the client can see in space. So you can see the ship there is moving. I'll try and get all this on screen so we can see it. Yeah, so I don't know whether you can see there, but stars are moving from the perspective of the client, but not from the perspective of the host on the planet's surface. Because what the client sees out of the window is generated basically from the perspective of this ship, which has its own ID. If you get on the shuttle has its own ID, and it sees space differently. So if we go through this portal here, we should be on the shuttle, maybe. Yeah, there we are. So it's dark, you can't see. So we're now on the shuttle, and the shuttle has its own perspective on space as well. Teleporter's in a weird spot, so it's difficult to get through. There we go. Yeah, so that is actually a solved problem already, which is nice. And the other nice thing about it is because the planetary surface is generated from the perspective of the planet itself, what we're doing is we're treating the planet as a starship. And yes, that does mean that the planetary surface could theoretically warp around space. We can have moving planets because all we're doing is we're generating a static surface that we're moving space around the same way as we do with the ship interiors. So if I hop down to Earth a minute, you can see there's the sun from the perspective of Earth. If we go and we fly to Pluto, oh, hang on, let's just scan the system. Again, because we're running it in the editor, we don't have the scan data already scanned. One of the many things which works differently in the editor. Right, Pluto. So if we just tell our NPC to take us to Pluto a minute, and you'll notice that as we leave Earth behind, that portal there will disappear once we get beyond 1,000,000 kilometers. There it goes. So that the planetary surface is now gone. It's no longer there. Lane, thank you. That's amazing. Very much appreciated. Thank you. And happy holidays to you as well. As we get within 1,000,000, you see the portal has now appeared and the terrain's already generated, which is what that little lag spike was. So if I now go through the portal onto Pluto's surface, you can see that the sun is now much further away, and you can see the other planets as well. So these bright spots are the other planets in the solar system. So again, because our view of galactic space is centered on the planet itself, it means that the sky will automatically update, which is another solved problem, which is nice. But again, because of that, it means that all we need to do is update the core location of the planet, and effectively we're then moving that planet through the galaxy. So yes, we can have planet-sized movable starships if we so desired, which is pretty cool. It's pretty cool that the tech is already there to support that, and I'm sure we'll come up with something in the future in the lore that we have some wandering planets that, that warp around the galaxy, because it's totally doable and it would be cool to do. Well spotted, Eaton. Yes, I have a secondary Kallax unit which we had in the house, and I've dragged it out to the dev shed. I need more space for stuff because the existing one was getting a bit full. So when I get a minute, I shall spread out a bit onto the next one. Yeah, and as Claire pointed out, that is how I spilt fish tank all over myself. She keeps betters, so she's got a few better tanks, and yeah, they're quite big for a better tank and quite heavy. And of course, I picked it up and leant backwards like an idiot and just poured water all over myself. But no fish escaped, which is the main thing. Yes. So things like rogue planet, obviously, rogue planets in the traditional sense won't be roaming around. But yeah, we can have an alien race that has turned their planet into an FTL starship. That's entirely doable, so that's cool. We can have rogue planets right now. There's nothing preventing us from doing so. It's literally just another data point. The only reason I haven't added them yet is because we have no overlay from the bridge to be able to show you the planet. It's literally just going to be just a big black ball in space, because obviously there's no star. So there's nothing illuminating it. So without some kind of like 3D mesh overlay that you can project onto space, they're kind of pointless. So we'll see though, they're easy to do. So I'm wondering whether or not that's granular enough. Because it might be nicer if we go with like a primary color palette and then like a secondary color palette, and actually store them as RGB values rather than named palettes, because that gives us infinite flexibility and the ability to then pass RGB values around to make sure that the terrain is exactly the same color as what we see from space. Oh, I noticed that, CSI. Yeah, I mean, what are the chances of that? Yeah, we spend a day talking about it and then a video appears. Perhaps she watches the streams, you never know. Hey Ludbud, good to see you. I can feel a kitten climbing up my back. Right, so I think what we'll do here is so if we start with Lava Planet, just as a good example, if we do, what's the best way to do this? I suppose linear color to, oh actually no, we want HSV, don't we? So HSV to RGB linear color, yeah, I think that's what we want. Because what we can do is we can start with our initial palette, and then we can hue switch based on that. So we can keep the saturation the same but switch hues within a range. So if we had a color like that for the surface, then we can hue shift a little bit either side of that value to give us a bit of variation without it suddenly turning like purple. Hello. Which one are you? Oh, it's Acorn. Yes, this is Acorn, named after a rabbit from Watership Down. Are there two? Oh yeah, there are two. There are three in total. And this particular one loves mouse pointers, which has resulted in her jumping into the shrimp tank a couple of times. So we want, I guess, mountain areas, lowland areas. I guess if we do 3. Do coastal areas as well. When it comes to things like ocean colors, we'll do that as well. So we'll have a color palette, or probably 3 separate colors for like coastal areas and then deep oceans, and we'll change the color accordingly. But I think that should give us a spectrum of colors that we can use for surface blending, and we'll probably use the mountain colors for rocks and cliff faces, where the surface normal is such that it's a really steep slope. Because we can drive the height map from these, and then RGB shift each of these as we go. Just wondering how best to do this. No, I don't want to do that. Make figure that out in a sec. But what we do need to do is add these values to our planet data. So if I save all a minute, because I'm going to have to restart the engine after changing the struct. So this should be not that one, that one. Guess we'll stick it under surface data, maybe. To be honest, if we maybe stick it under color palette, yeah. Yeah, because I can pull that off separately then. So large body palette. Okay, and then we need mountains, lowland, and coastal. As we as we expand our biomes and things, we can add a lot more to the palette for things like the poles, the polar regions, because we might have a different coloured polar region based on the colour of the water. We can certainly do that in materials delta, definitely. So we're using triplanar projection so that it doesn't matter how steep a slope is, you won't get any material stretching on the slope. But because we know how steep a slope is based on its normal, if it's really, really steep, we can apply a different texture to that, allowing for things like sedimentary layers. So we'd actually build that into the material. So especially if it's a coastal region, I suppose. So if it's coastal with a really steep angle, then we can do sediment layers. And obviously, if it's higher up, we'll do more of a rocky texture on it. So we can definitely drive some data from that. So I wonder whether I actually store this as HSV. So I don't think that's actually a data type, is it? Is it just linear color? Right, and then I need to add that to that. Right, so this gives us access to these now in our planet data. So when we are generating planets, this is now going to be available to everything else in the game. So if we just set up some basic values. If it lets me. Yeah, so 0.25. Just literally picking some random defaults just to give us some values. Right, so if we save that, I immediately have to bomb out of the engine and not save. I've mentioned this many times, but basically all of these blueprints reference this struct, and if I save any of these blueprints, they will lose their reference to this struct, which is irritating to say the least. So we just bomb out the engine and then reload it, thus avoiding the problem. Yeah, when it comes to defining biomes on planetary surfaces, that's going to be, I guess, the next step in the process, because we need to look at how we're doing that through different color channels. Because I know off the top of my head, the red channel is like whether or not there is a hole in the terrain for like cutting through things like caves. And I think I can't remember which channel it was for generating biome data, but we need to go through that and kind of dig into it and see what's what. Okay, that should be us back. Right, so we should now have that available on our system gen. And I suppose... Oh, I guess the other problem actually is the Sol system in particular is taking its data from an external data source, so that's not going to be using this unless we can. Oh yeah, you can do it from here maybe. Yeah, because we are setting the same variable actually, so that said, yeah, I'm going to have to add palette choice to the custom data for custom systems, because the data we have here is what we're going to add to the Star System Designer tool. So determining the color palette for the planet needs to be rolled into the Star System Designer, which means it also needs to be rolled into the database, which I will do later. So I think we'll just focus on the procedural systems for now. Yeah, because that'll be easier to sort out. The kitten is attempting to help in a very unhelpful way. I think I'm storing all of this lot in local variables, aren't I? Yeah, I am. Okay. No, I'm trying to type. No, don't stand on that. Kitten is assisting. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, if you stare at it, they'll go and stand on it. Kind of need a way of macroing this somehow. I want to get a lot of variation within the variation. Hello. So if we just go with just a standard, right, if we do these two, just terrestrial planets without an atmosphere and those with are both pretty common. So if we test with those, because we're going to have to break. Oh, actually, what I could do is I could. If we grab like the hue value from here and then hue switch on that. But then we still need to determine the base palette, which means I guess we need a random Yeah, we need a random value to determine whether we're dealing with, you know, oranges or whether we're doing greys, which is, I guess, where we have like Mercury-like, Mars-like, etc., etc. And I suppose in the future that's going to be easier anyway, because we'll have actual chemicals on the surface, so we'll be able to determine our base color palette from the chemical composition of the world. So that will make will make life easier in the future. Just gonna find a picture of Mercury's surface a minute, because Mercury should be very iron heavy, as opposed to Earth, given that it has a much higher iron composition, but it's difficult to find a real world color. Yeah, as predicted, no one can agree on the actual colour, so you've got variations like that. And it depends what data source is being used as to what colour Mercury actually is. But it is fairly plain. The pictures where you see a lot of colour variation of Mercury tend to be false colour or enhanced colour images, which makes life awkward, of course. Yeah, can't see anything more useful than that. So I suppose what we could do, we could probably rely on the saturation maybe, to determine how saturated the color scheme is, and then flip the hue values from there. Now obviously, at least for these planets, we're talking about planets that don't have any kind of vegetation or anything on them, so purely rocky worlds. So I suppose we need a base saturation and a base hue value to start with, and then we will create various shades of that color by rolling the dice on some of these values. So I guess we can do that early on in the process. Oh, YouTube has crashed. First crash of the evening. I'm doing this at the end of the process so that we don't mess up the random stream too much. Because every time we hit the random stream, we progress the stream by 1, which means that the next time you hit the stream, the random values will be different. So one of the dangers we face when updating any of these bits of data is if you make a change here, it will affect the results of the random dice rolls here. So it depends on how many times you hit that random stream, but we are going to have to hit it here just to ensure that the planets are generated the same for everybody. So we want a random int range. So if we go from basically a hue of 0, maybe to, oh, of course, it's going to be flow, isn't it? Random floating range. Yeah, so from 0 to maybe about 0.75. So if we had, say, like a Marsy, like, yeah, about 20 on the hue, then a saturation of 0.75 takes us to there. Well, maybe we can go lighter than that. Alright, let's try 0.95. What I would generally do to try and avoid garish primary colours is the higher you go with the saturation, the higher we also go with the brightness. Sorry, the lower we go with the brightness. Sorry, the opposite of that. To avoid something like a primary colour. So if we go really heavy on the saturation, we can dial down the brightness a bit to keep it natural tones as opposed to something which looks artificial. But we can balance that in the numbers as we do it. So yeah, so we'll pick our random saturation value. So this will be planet-wide basically. So when we look at generating the planetary textures, these are the values that we're going to start using in the future. So we will have planets which go basically everything from just moon-like greys and Mercury-like greys all the way up to heavily saturated worlds like, say, Mars. So if we store that, because otherwise if we re-hit the random stream, it will give us a different number. So let's do terrestrial one for now. So we'll call that base saturation. And then we want to do map range clamped. And then we will set our base brightness from here. So promote to local variable, base lightness. So from 0 to 0.95. So what we're doing is we're generating a random number here, and then based on that random number we generate, we're going to then generate a range of lightness values based on how strong the saturation is. So if we had a saturation of 0.95, then there's a limit as to how bright we want that to be. Obviously that would be a very strong red, so we want to dial that back. I guess maybe to about 0.25. Obviously we don't want to go too dark, but let's try 0.25. And in the opposite direction, if we have a saturation of 0, and then obviously we want to sort of brighten that up a bit more. We don't want like a super bright world, so maybe we'll set it at 0.5 as our base value, and then we will shift further as we go and roll our dice some more. So that just gives us a data-driven lightness based on the strength of the saturation. And then we will hit our random stream again. And this time we will do random float in range. Random float. There we go. And this is going to be our hue value. So again, we're looking at just a non-atmospheric rocky world, which is going to be everything from Mercury to Mars. So we want to take a look at, just pick some random values. Look at our saturation range. So we go fully saturated. So it's everything from, I don't think we'll go as far as 0, so maybe about 10 maybe? So 10 to... I want to go too yellow. Maybe 20? Well, we'll try all this and see what they look like. We can generate worlds in the editor very, very quickly to test out the color palettes. Okay, and then we will promote that to a local variable. We will call that our base hue. So that gives us our base values for what our color is going to look like. And then yeah, if we take these values separately, yeah, and I guess for each of these we will do some randomness on our base values to create the different areas that we're generating. We'll do this job differently for different types of planet. So when it comes to a non-atmospheric terrestrial world, obviously it's not going to have large amounts of surface water because it's non-atmospheric. So we don't need to worry about coastal regions having a particular strong hue value separately from the base hue, whereas an atmospheric one that might have an ocean of some kind might have beaches, so we'll have to handle the rolling of the dice differently for those color palettes. Okay, so there's our hue, saturation and lightness, and we will do this 3 times. We are going somewhere with this, don't worry. They do love their climbing frame, yes. Are they in the shelves? Oh yeah. One of them is. So yeah, so what we'll do is we will add a random value to that. I suppose we're going to add that to all of them, aren't we? Yeah, so we're going to hit the random stream a few times on this. What we'll do, I expect, saying that, so I could make this into a macro, but I think we're going to handle it differently on different types of worlds anyway. So yeah, we'll keep it proprietary for each type of world. That keeps it more interesting. Right, so on our random stream, we're going to add randomly a value from, say, -5 to +5 on the hue. Now that will, again, so that means that the lowest can go is actually 5, which means we could end up with, on the extreme end of dice rolls, we'd end up with something like that, which isn't terrible, to be fair. And then at the other end, I guess it would go to 25. Yeah, which would be that. We might have to tighten this a little bit, but again, we'll figure that out with testing. But yeah, then we need to do this a few times. So again, on the saturation, I guess we'll keep it the same for now. Plus or minus 5 of each of the values. And again, we can increase or decrease that as needed. Let's just tidy this up. I do like a neat blueprint. So essentially, that's what we do for mountains. So if we do mountains there, and then we need to do that 3 more times. Move them out of the way a bit. Probably looks like a lot of effort to go through, but it'll be worth it, because what we're doing here is we're defining global color palettes for the planet as a whole, which means we're going to end up with a much greater variety of surface environs. I was reading that, Kaji, yes. Do I still have it open? No, I don't think I do. But yes, that was very cool. So the cool thing about that paper, and I think it's the same guy that from Eagle Works that did like the initial follow-up work from Alcubierre's original paper. Is it Dr. White? I can't remember now. I need to re-look it up. But yeah, so the idea is that rather than having a continuous toroidal shape for the warp field, you instead have basically cylindrical regions where the main stress tensor is on those regions. So you could have say 2 nacelles, 3 nacelles in a triangle, or 4 nacelles kind of equally spaced around what would still be a ring, but rather than having a solid ring, you have a ring that has field emitters around it spaced evenly. So you're using less to do the same job, It doesn't change any of the fundamental energy requirements. It doesn't change the need for negative matter or negative mass. So it doesn't change any of the stuff that makes warp, fundamentally not an engineering problem. It's still a science problem at this point. But it does change the structure of the warp field geometry and potentially makes it easier. But it's an interesting read. It's a really good paper. I shall have to find it and link it. Yeah, ultimately still way beyond what we're capable of building, but it's interesting nonetheless. Here it is. I did have it open. Yeah, so what it basically demonstrates is that the Alcubierre math basically comes up with this toroidal ring, whereas this one you have cylindrical regions instead of an entire solid disk, which is funny because that's exactly where I was going with what I called banana nacelles. So basically split the ring into just a banana each side, which is essentially what they've done here. So what I was planning to do for the ship design actually matches this latest paper, which is a happy coincidence. So the warp field geometry goes from Alcubierre's version to something like this. So this actually does us a favor in terms of how we were building the FTL ring in the game, because our FTL ring is covered in lots and lots of coils all the way around. So basically what we've done is this. So we've taken discrete field emitters and just created them in a series around a ring structure. So we were kind of doing this, but in actual fact we were doing this. So it's one of those kind of serendipitous things where our fiction has matched reality purely by accident, which is kind of cool. But what we can do with our ship and the design of it, we can actually maybe remove some of those numerous coils, because one of the problems we had from an engineering perspective is we've got something like 400 individual coils all the way around the perimeter of the ring. We can perhaps put them in clusters instead, which makes it, one, easier to move the ring if we want to, but two, it makes it easier to do repairs and maintenance because you don't have to figure out which one of the 400 odd coils is broken. But yeah, it's an interesting paper and well worth the read. I shall link the link. But yeah, the important thing is, in terms of math, still completely checks out and is still completely plausible. If only we can solve the energy requirements. I did a bit more research on what material we need to use in order to achieve our energy, our mass energy equation, so the mass energy equivalence. And the way we're going to do it is we're going to have either a new element or some kind of isotope of an element where it doesn't break E equals mc squared, so it doesn't kind of mess with the canon of E equals mc squared, but what it does is at a quantum level it creates more pressure. So the stress tensor that's needed to create an FTL field is greater when energy is channeled through this particular element. So normally you need a tremendous amount of energy in order to create the stress tensor needed to warp space-time. But this particular material enhances the stress tensor effect. So we're not creating more mass, which would violate E equals mc squared, but we are enhancing the stress tensor, which makes FTL possible. So we're staying within the bounds of physical science, but still kind of putting a sci-fi twist on it in terms of how it makes FTL possible with much, much lower energy input. And at the same time, that also explains how our artificial gravity works, because again, the stress tensor is creating condensed space, which in turn is creating gravity. So yeah, it all checks out, which is good. Yeah, don't mess with Einstein. I liked the idea of calling it MC299. If anyone's ever heard of Bob Lazar, he's the so-called UFO whistleblower who's supposed to have worked at Area 51, and he's always said that there's element 115. It's like this stable isotope of moscovium, which apparently was used to create artificial gravity on these UFOs. And I thought it would be quite funny if we ended up using that same material. Like it's kind of pseudoscience, but like real, not real at the same time. Like moscovium is a real thing, and apparently moscovium 299 is in the island of stability, so it should be a stable isotope of what is a very heavy element. But because it's so heavy, that also plays into the fact that it enhances the stress tensor effect because it's such a heavy element. But yeah, I like messing around with the science with that. Yeah, the problem with the artificial gravity is that it should be very, very energy intensive, and in many ways it should be not as energy intensive as the FTL, but certainly in the same ballpark. Certainly more than the weapons or the shields or anything. But in terms of gameplay and the design of the ship and everything, having the artificial gravity be that energy intensive kind of breaks a lot of the systems that we're building. So we're going to have to hand wave that and have the FTL be the most powerful thing that requires a direct channel from the reactor, and have the artificial gravity powered by the batteries, so that if the reactor is offline, you don't immediately lose artificial gravity. So the artificial gravity will be part of the life support system, which will be powered by the ship's batteries. So it's not going to be a high voltage system, even though really it should be. Yeah, exactly, Kaji. I like kind of using like real world folklore in a lot of our like game lore. Like, we'll have greys in the Zeta Reticula system, and we'll have greys flying around UFOs, and they'll be really aloof and not want to talk to people. But it would just be funny. Kind of reminds me of Babylon 5, where you have a group of greys, like, and you got this guy that's saying like his grandfather abducted my grandfather, and yeah, it's funny. So we'll do something like that. Anyway, tangents aside, let's do something with this data. Right, yeah, so we generate all the gumph, and then we add it to our planet object, and we need to now make our color palette. This is where we combine all of our various values into a single struct, which contains everything we need to know about a planet. And we do this once for every one. So we'll just take our palettes that we've generated, and that makes that now available to the game as a whole. So making sure I've got the right one. So we do that one, that one, that one, then that one, and then yeah, and then we go and do the scattered disk afterwards. Perfect. Okay, so for testing purposes, let's grab a procedural planet and just stick one here where we can, in fact, let's even better than that, let's load up our test map. Can't remember what state I left this in last time I was messing about with it. Oh, no, there we go. I think I was testing shadow casting of something or other. Get rid of them. The scales are real, so I need to move it far, far away. Maybe not that far. There we go. Right, so we randomize the planet like so. We are randomizing, I think, through all planet types. So what we want to do is we want to force this to only generate the rocky ones without an atmosphere. So we will force that here. I don't mind if it has a ring. Set that to false. And set our random planet type to terrestrial planet. Right, should only make rocky worlds now. So as you can see, it's using set color palettes at the moment, and those are color palettes which are predefined within the materials here. So go into our rocky planet, you can see that we have some color palettes defined here. So rather than using the ones that we've got here, we want to start injecting our actual colors. I am using 4 there, because on the material we're actually doing an interpolation between 4 values, but I think if I remember rightly it only actually uses 3 of them, so let's just confirm a minute. Hey Jim. So right now we're talking about the view of the planet you see from space. So this is what it looks like from an orbital perspective, and the orbital version of the planet is going to be a separate object from the actual physical surface. But what we want to do is make sure the two match. So whatever color scheme we come up with for the orbital version, i.e. this, we need to make sure that we take these same color values and apply them to the actual terrain that you walk around on. So that's the job that we're currently doing. So we are lerping between these values, but if I recall, it doesn't handle it very well. Because if we go yeah, because 0 would be that. 0.5 it's kind of that. 0.25 would be that one. 0.75 is that one. So is 1, I think. So if we were to make these primary colors a minute, just to see what's going on. Let's make that one white. Right, so if 1 is white, 0 is red, and 0.5, yeah, it should be between those two. So 0.25 is that one, 0.75 is kind of there. Six, 0.7. Okay, so it is doing it then, because in my previous experiments with this, it wasn't lerping smoothly between all 4 values. So we might add a 4th color choice to this. I think that one is for the highest point of the height map anyway. Yeah. Or is it the other way around? No, it's the other way around. So, oh yeah, that was it. So I don't think the height map that we're generating is generating high enough in order to hit this value, which is why I would think it wasn't using it. That's it there. Let's try it on a terrain and see. Yeah, it is kind of psychedelic. So normally what we would do when generating a planet is we would take the values from the data we pull from our data gen for our planet gen. So what we actually need to do now is promote this into separate data points on here. So we break that struct. I might have this the wrong way around. We'll find out in a sec. But we need to just promote these for now. Okay, so that gives us that. And for testing purposes, obviously we don't have the real generated data for testing, so we'll have to generate these values by copy pasting what we've done here. So we'll just copy paste all of this and set ourselves up a random stream. But for the actual one, where is our randomness? There it is. So we're going to not bother with any of the stuff we're doing here at all. In fact, let's preserve that and ignore that entirely. So we want to take that, that, and that. I suppose we'll just set that one to white for now. So I'll grab a copy of those a minute. Then we'll condense them to something more reasonable looking. So whereas before we were doing all of that material work here, so as you can see we are doing all the seeds and things, which we'll still need to do actually. So we'll still need to do the seed work, but we'll bypass the color part of that. So just pop that in there a minute. Set that one to white, and then we will drag in our variables, so mountains, lowland, and coastal. And I guess for now we will just borrow that one. So that should break it. Yeah, so there we have it broken. So we're pulling out the white, so that's interesting. We have to define these variables basically. So when it comes to the randomized planet, where are we? There we are. We need to, what's the best place to do this? I suppose once we've defined that, at that point we then need to generate the materials. I shall bodge it for now so we can test it. So we'll grab all of that without that. Don't want that. Put that there for a minute. Just recreate these variables. just set the random stream up. Right, so just really quick and messy. If we pop that up there and then pop that back down there. Super messy, but just for testing. And make sure we set effect. Don't need to do that, I can just do that. So hopefully it won't do that. We ended up with some kind of a demon world. Okay, so let's look at what's happening there. Just literally have a random integer value, which should give us different color seeds at least. In fact, just to make that easier, let's not bother doing the terrain stuff, just keep it the same. Yeah, we're not really seeing any variation on colouring. Okay. Hey, Mappin. Yeah, I saw that you posted that on Discord, actually. I was going to speak to you about it. That's quite cool. The issue we have is that when we generate cabling, we need to generate it in a specific place. So we can't have it automatically try and work out where to put the cable. For a system whereby we're plugging things in, it would work good. But not for the standard cabling, sadly. So what are we missing there? So we're setting the values, setting it for terrestrial planet. So the random temperature is probably changing up the various bits. So we definitely don't want an atmosphere. So let's take a copy of that. Just for a minute. Actually, we can probably avoid that and just turn the clouds off completely. Right, let's get rid of them. So the question is, why is it just making everything red? It might actually be reading this value here. Do a quick test just to be sure. If that is the case, then it's not reading. Oh, it's not reading that value, so it's getting that red from somewhere. Which means it must be these values. So if we make, again, just for testing, so we'll do purple there, green there, yellow, make that orange. Okay, so that's working. So it's the definition of the variables that's not working. So we're defining our seed, and then we're picking our random saturation, then we're setting our lightness value, and then the hue, let's just try removing any of the additional dice rolls a minute. Okay, that just gives us that. Okay. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh no, that is right. So no, it's fine. I was going to say I thought it was 0 to 1, but it's not, is it? It's 0 to 365. So 10 to 20 should be valid. Oh, ha! That'll be it though. Of course, because that is 0 to 1, isn't it? So 0.05, 0.05. That's what I did wrong. Right, now let's try it. Okay, we're ending up with a grey ball. Oh, nice, Madman. Yeah, I'll check it out. I think what's probably happening here is I'm not shifting the lightness or saturation enough for the other regions on the surface. So if we assume the mountain regions to be lighter, then what we would want do. Yeah, so we'll take our base lightness and then we will increase it by actually, let's do it via percentage, shall we? So let's say we'll increase it by 10%, which should be 1.1 on it. Because we want the mountain areas to be generally lighter than the rest of the terrain, unless we flip that on its head. So we might have some planets where it's the other way around, where the lowland is the light area and the mountains are darker. So we'll do a lightness flip on some worlds. So the lowland areas, we will just keep them the same for now. And then the coastal regions, we will make 10% darker. Which would be 0.9. Just to see what that does for us. Not a lot. So if we just make this extreme for a minute. There we go. So yeah, we're not hue shifting enough, I don't think. I want to generally keep the same hue as an overall color palette, but we're going to adjust it slightly for each layer. So it's interesting that that isn't, because you'd have thought that, I mean, 5 points of hue value is actually quite a lot. Yeah. Oh, and there goes YouTube again. Let's just set that to black a minute, just so that we can see what we're doing. If we take our stars, I think another issue might be our star color. Let's make that closer to 6,000 maybe, just so that we're dealing with kind of white light. That's about Earth's level of lighting. That multiplies. There's an inverse square fall off over distance. That 0.4 is around about what we want for Earth. So that should be kind of pretty much white light. I think, is Earth 5778? I think it was something like that. Yeah. But we should be oh, I think, oh no. So I'm going mad a minute, hang on. Right, so our base saturation is anywhere up to almost fully saturated. And then we're changing our lightness based on that. Okay. And then our base hue. I mean, let's go mad with it a minute and just see what effect that has. Is it our seed, maybe? Ah, it is. So our seed was messing us up. Right, so that is ultimately probably too light, but let's fix our hue. Okay, so I think we may need to lower that a bit. So one of the issues right now is it's looking very samey, especially. Ugh, that's horrid. And this is one of the dangers you have with trying to come up with procedural color palettes, is you end up with really horrible clashy colors. So you have to be careful with trying to match hue values. But we definitely want more randomness in that, I think. I'm wondering whether we may be on the base hue, rather than going -5, we may be yeah, maybe do -10 to 0, so that we never go higher than kind of an orangey colour. Again, the oranginess will be driven by the iron content of the crust. So yeah, we've got an unpleasant amount of orange there. So out of interest, if we scale back that, yeah, we end up with very kind of flat looking worlds. Yeah. Yeah, this button is mashed regularly. Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably going to be better in terms of the results to define the lightness values within a range separately from here. So we'll have a separate lightness value depending on what the actual region is, and we'll randomize that. So we'll keep our saturation based on hang on, where am I going with that? Actually, no, so we still do need to think about our saturation value. So if we use that as an input, because we want to make sure that we don't have primary color worlds, because they will look weird. So rather than just multiplying it, we'll do it within a defined range. So we want, generally speaking, we want the mountain ranges to be lighter. Although I suppose we also want to saturate them less. So really what we want to do is, first of all, we want to define the base hue. So that's better off as our starting point, because that basically gives us our overall planetary base color. And then we want to define saturation based on a region. So I guess we're going with less saturation for mountain regions. Let's just try something like this for a minute. Yeah, so if we dice roll within a range, and then we can do the same with that as well. Or maybe, to be honest, just do that, because if we know our saturation is going to be within a smaller range anyway, yeah, then we don't want that to be too dark. So if we go maybe 0.25 to 0.5, maybe 0.3 to 0.5. Basically, I want the values to be random but controllable within a certain range, so we don't end up with weird looking planets. Then for the lowland areas, if we're going 0 to 25 there, we'll maybe go something like 0.5 to 0.75, or maybe 0.25 to 0.75. And then this one can be something like 0.5 to 0.95. So we're getting increasingly more saturated as we go towards the lowlands. And then we'll reduce the color as well, reduce the lightness. So maybe we'll do 0.25, maybe 0.2 to 0.3, 0.4. Yeah, maybe 0.1 to 0.3, something like that. Keeping it random, but also keeping it bounded. Let's just try that a sec. Okay, it's giving us more definition on regions. But we're still ending up with some weird colors. So, see, I wouldn't want to exclude like super deep red planets, because I mean there could be planets that have super red crust. But what we need to avoid is like this. Where the values are kind of crossing over within the range. Yeah, so when it comes to the lightness values, we need to make sure that if that's 0.4 to 0.5, then that can't go any higher than, say, 0.3. So that would be 0.2 to 0.3. And then that would have to cap at 0.1. So like 0.05 to 0.1, something like that. Just to ensure that we don't have like color clashing. And we might need to keep that banding a little tighter. Yeah, I think that's probably too light and not saturated enough. Let's give it a bit. Yeah, I think we're okay saturation-wise. It's just these values. So if we cap that at 4, so maybe 0.35 to 0.4, and then that one can be 0.25 to 0.3, and then that can be 0.1 to 0.2. There's still a bit where we get this get the values that are too close together. See, this bit's fine. That looks terrible. Okay. True that, Delta. Very true. We just need to avoid sucky looking planets. Just trying to create a bit of physical separation between the lightness values. Yeah, that's a bit better. Yeah, we're still getting this though. I guess the other thing we can do with that is we can actually do away with the hue as a base color just to randomize it even more, and do that literally per layer. Because if we're controlling the lightness and saturation, then it doesn't really matter what the hue is at that point. And as long as we're keeping the hue within a range, that might create something more interesting. So what we're not getting from this is like a Mercury-like surface where we have a very sort of grey, rocky terrain, almost moon-like. I don't think any of the saturation values are going low enough for that. And then some of those are maybe a little on the extreme end. We still have an issue there with some of those values just overlapping a bit too much. Let's plug in the actual terrain generation side of things a minute. Don't need to worry about atmosphere for now because we don't have one. So there's a whole 0.1 between those values. So that would have to cap at 0.175 and put that 0.15. Just again, we're increasing the banding between those values in an effort to create more definition between the different layers on the height map. It's a cool looking one. So I'm actually wondering whether or not we should do just a flip to see whether or not we're going to make something that's Mercury-like. Because if we're not, then we don't need to worry about low saturations. So what we can do, if we do random bool from stream, and then we do a select on that. Actually, no, let's do that back here. Right, because if we promote that, I wanted that to be local, I think. Yeah. And we'll call that something like that. So if we take that and run a select on it, then when it comes to the base saturation, if it's not moon-like, then we will use our random saturation. Otherwise, we'll do a saturation of 0. So we'll still do our random lightness, but we will not saturate. Which means 50% of the time we should have something like that, which is basically like the moon. Okay, and then if we do similar with the saturation as we did to the lightness with the bandings, hopefully we can again separate that out a little bit. So we can actually go a bit higher with that maybe, so 0.2275, and then we want 0.375. Actually 0.3 to 0.375. And then 0.5. This one does need to be higher, doesn't it? So 0.75 to 0.95. And let's make this one higher. And maybe 0.4 to 0.5. Let's just try that a minute. So what we need to do is build more layers into this. So so we include things like Mars has got some really dark rocks, like in some of its rocky regions. So we kind of want to have versions of this where that happens as well. But we don't want to create dark rocks if also we've got dark landmass at the same time. So there it'd probably be alright, but we could give it a try though. Oh, that was a horrible one. Because we're still suffering from the issue with this, where like all of the planet is the same color. I mean, we can create a variation using like equatorial and polar hue shifting to make that a little bit better. But they are very, very samey, which we want to avoid. Because we can definitely do like region-based color shading on that. Yes, the other thing we want to do is make sure that the if it's non-atmospheric, we need to dial up the crater map as well. Yeah, see this is not great because we've got no lightness definition between the lowlands and highlands, so you get that really horrible flat area rather than kind of the nice definition of the different regions. Which means it may need tighter banding at the upper end. It's one of those things where you can like tweak it and tweak it and tweak it, and like you're still tweaking it a month later. Okay, and I think we'll do a random on that as well. So if we do 0.05 to 0.1, which is darker than that. There, I'm going to do a random ball there. Right, see how that looks with dark mountain layers. Yeah, those layers need to be very, very well defined, otherwise... Yeah, you end up with this weird looking light bit around the outside. I mean, the definition between the light and dark areas there looks alright, but definitely need darker when it comes to the mountain areas there. It's a weird one. I think, you know, right, we'll reapproach that at a different point, but I'm just wondering actually whether base lightness for the lowland area should be relatively static. So if we're doing, if we say 3 to 4 for there, if we were to guarantee that was always 2, just separate that a bit more. Actually, let's just see what that looks like if we just do 1, 2, and 3. Just want to get a feel for how wide the gap needs to be. Oh, geez. Before it looks weird. Yeah, so what is essentially the coastal bit looks fine. It's definitely the upper boundary that's blending too much. So we need much more of a gap there. So we do 1.5. Okay. Oh. Did it again. I forgot to go decimal. It's better. Yeah, that's better. We're not getting that same saturation or the lightness clash between the two layers. Definitely got that solid definition between everything. Right, and that tells us that the gap between that and that can never really exceed 1. So if I put that at 0.25, does that give us that horrid clashing again? A little bit. Yeah, definitely there. Okay. So if we make sure that never goes higher than 2. So that can stay 0.35 to 4, that works. Never higher than 2 there. And then maybe 0.1 to 1.5. So if we do 0.15 and see how that looks. Then we get that horribleness. Just need to nail that sweet spot. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah, I'm not seeing any clashy bits, so that's good. Okay. Right, so we're clamping that at 0.1. And maybe stick that 0.75 to 1. 0.2 to 0.225 there. Okay, and then just roll the dice again a few times, just to make sure we get no nastiness. Okay, and then I guess we better check the star to make sure that we don't have any worlds that are like too dark, like that one. So if that's in 1 AU's worth of sunlight, just need to make sure that we don't get too dark if we're in the outer reaches. I guess that would be like right up close to the star. That would be more like a B class kind of brightness. And then we can tweak our saturation a bit here. So I'm thinking 9.5 is probably a little bit on the extreme side. So we go 0.5 to 0.85. Oops. Don't want to randomize the star, do I? That's a little bit too dark. Although saying that, that wasn't terrible in some cases, because it might be nice to have some very low saturation but kind of dark color value worlds. Right, now let's start flipping the color values in a bit more extreme way. Maybe 5 to 25. This is going to bring more red, but also more yellow into the palette. And I'm hoping that between layers we'll get a bit more color variation. Ugh. Okay, that's too much. Let's for testing purposes, just make sure that's not moon-like. Wow, where is it pulling that color from? There's no way that a hue of 25 would be blue. That's weird. Fascinating. All right. Let's maybe turn that one down. Yeah, it's weird that it's going blue, because 5 would be red. Maybe we'll go 10 to 25. Yeah, I definitely saw more of the yellow being pulled in with the mountains on that one. Yeah, it's not a bad shout actually, CSI, and easily done. Oh, wait. Right. Okay, so basically I'm an idiot. Of course, we're adding additional randomization, aren't we, after the fact, which we don't want to do. Yeah. Which is why it was going below 0 and why it was turning blue, because it was wrapping round back to 360. Which you definitely didn't want to do. In fact, we don't actually want to do any of those now, do we? Because we're defining those there. That's probably why we were getting those clashes between the lightness values, because we were randomizing it on top of randomizing it, which was leading to bad behavior. I'm choosing to believe that's because I've only had 5 hours sleep today. That's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. Right, which means that we should be perfectly fine going from 5 on those values, because we will never be going backwards past 0. Right, that's more like it. So obviously all these particular palettes that are being generated are going to be for like Mars-like worlds, where you've got, you know, varying degrees of iron content in the crust. We definitely need a flipped version of this where we're generating, I guess, lowland, lighter areas and then darker mountain regions. Which, to be honest, we can probably cheese quite easily. Because if we flip again with our random ball, so bring Moonlight back and then do another random ball. Flip height map. What's the best way of doing this? So we're going to keep the middle one the same, but we want to flip that. So yeah, so if we just stick a branch on that, I suppose. So if we're not flipping it, that's going to be mountains. If we are flipping it, it's going to be coastal instead. And then on this one, we're basically doing the opposite of that. So swap the true and the false around. Which gives us that. It's not a great look, is it? Yeah, I think if we're going to do that, then we need to do something about the middle layer. It's interesting though, because the middle value on the lerp between the colors is obviously bleeding in to the other layers, because this dark area here shouldn't be. And like, why is that saturated? Because also it shouldn't be. Hang on, something doesn't look right there. So if we're moonlight, saturation 0, saturation 0, saturation 0. Okay. So that should give us dark mountains with no saturation. And we're only hitting the stream once. So we're not regenerating the random stream. It's almost like it's only flipping the mountain layer. I suppose we also need to darken that layer and lighten that layer. I think yeah, I'm not sure actually. Let me just let's specify it manually. It might just need a little bit of a tweak so that we're flipping the height map, then yeah, you've got all these really, really, really dark areas which need lightening up. Oh no, I know what's happening. So yeah, so just flipping the color values isn't going to work, because we're actually fighting against the height map, which itself is applying color. So yeah, that's not going to work. It's okay. Yeah, let's abandon that idea. Oh, hang on a minute. Wait a minute. Hang on. Hold that thought, because I might have messed up. That would explain why it was black. Ah, now that's better. But we still need to darken the mid layer rather than keeping it static. Yeah, because otherwise we get this kind of halo effect around the mountains. Because the underlying height map is also applying, again, a little bit of its lightness and darkness to the map, it's artificially lightening what should be the darkest areas. So we need to drag the lightness down of those layers, and maybe even the layer underneath as well. Yeah, there's a lot of blend going on. At some point I need to come back and redo the base materials for these to make them a little bit more more directly driven by the height map, because we're using just random bits of Earth terrain to generate height maps, but they're not true height maps. They're kind of like light and darkness maps rather than like a true 0 to 1 height map, which is why you do get some weirdness. Once we're generating true height maps, then we'll also drive the planetary terrain with that same height map as well, which will make everything look nicer, basically, and be more physically accurate too. Right, so if we're flipping the height map, then let's try just darkening that region. Okay, where even is that region? Ah, there. Oh, okay. So right, okay, so yeah, so it's treating that. Yeah, it's treating that as the high area. Right, okay. I see what it's doing. Yeah, so I think, again, the issue here is that we're fighting against the height map. So rather than changing the... see, but again, it shouldn't matter too much. Let's have another look at this a minute. So if we are flipping it, then we want that to be darker. Lighter. Hang on. What's that? Oh yeah. So that becomes the mountains. Yeah. So that's fine. That's what we want to darken. So let's take that down to, I guess, point. Oh yeah, try 0.25. One five. Yeah, the mid region looks okay, but yeah, we're still getting the weird halo around it. I think I'm going to have to spend some time messing with the height map on that. Let's just not flip the height map for now. I think that's going to require more fixing before it looks good. Basically, yes. So we want the kind of terrain whereby where you could have something like lots of really light like yellow sands with like dark black mountain regions. So you're inverting the height map. So you've got light for the lowlands and then dark for the mountain regions. But I think it's going to require its own color palette to make that look good, and also a proper height map with that is also going to be needed as well, for the same reason. I did have one, which was this one actually. So if we plug in to that, ignoring the randomness, you end up with like this kind of thing. This was the closest thing I could get to it, like when I was messing with it before. If I can find like a variation that doesn't look too terrible. Yeah, I guess something like this, where it's a very kind of sandy, deserty world with lots of really dark, rocky regions. But in order for this to work, the color palette has to be built with that in mind. And I think just inverting what we've got just wasn't working. But yeah, something like this. But again, it needs more definition between, I guess, the mid zone with the lightness, because you get it where it just turns into a solid color rather than a nice blend. Because if we zoom on the surface, I guess it doesn't look too bad up close, but here it's very samey in terms of its lightness. So from a distance, it just all blends into a solid color, and you lose that definition. You do get some nice lumpy mountains though, but that's kind of like that is basically what I was trying to go for, where you have sort of nice sort of dark rocky outcrops, and that's the colors that we need to that we need to pass on to the actual surface terrain in order to make that match, which is what we'll do now, actually. Yeah. I am the Bob Ross of planets. Yeah, so we go back into our captured values. So the whole point of this is, rather than generating the terrain within the material just for the external view of the planet, so for the orbital view, which is nice as a visual thing, but it's not practical from an engine perspective, because we want to make sure that we're generating our color values before we get to the material stage, so that we can then drive those color values across multiple in-game systems and have all of those in-game systems basically singing from the same hymn sheet, so we don't get like mismatched values. Because if the random color generated here is different from the one that's generated on the surface, then when you land, the ground will be a different color, which breaks immersion, which we don't want. Right, so we need to stick that back. Just to allow for the fact that some of them will have atmospheres. And I think actually that's going to require that I fix the thing I broke. Yeah, there. So if we do atmospheric terrestrial planet, we should get an atmospheric version of the thing we were just doing, which gives us clouds and should also give us an atmosphere. Did I unplug that? I probably did. Yeah, I did. There we go. So, you know, you stick an atmosphere on it and all of a sudden it looks amazing. It's definitely a lot more difficult to have like non-atmospheric worlds look good. Adding an atmosphere just adds so much kind of depth and color to the world. But that's why we need like zonal coloring. So like the northern hemisphere could be a different color to the southern hemisphere. So we need to make sure that we incorporate that into the actual material, but also incorporate that into the surface generation as well. That's a nice one. I like that one. But yeah, the atmosphere and clouds do a lot of the heavy lifting when it comes to how good it looks. Yes, the non-atmospheric ones should have a lot more cratering, which we should have covered here. So yeah, here with the crater's power. So yes, we're randomizing it at the moment, but what we really want to do is we need to take that, because we can do this already, which is a straight upgrade, which is nice. So we'll do a select on that. Pop that in there. So if it doesn't have an atmosphere, then we want to have much heavier cratering. If it does have an atmosphere, then we do not. So we'll do, I guess, maybe 0.05 to 0.25, something like that. Obviously this is not a 0 to 1 value, and maybe like 2 to 5 if it doesn't have an atmosphere. So we should see very little in the way of the mask for craters. Other way around, of course. So yeah, so there's what heavy cratering looks like. That world has undergone heavy bombardment. And the crater mask is where we get our lowermost color value from. So to be honest, we can do that from here. So rather than having the color black, what we can do is we can break that out into its corresponding values, and then we can not do that. We can do that. So we'll keep the hue, and we'll keep the saturation, but we will reduce the lightness by, let's say, 0.75. So we'll reduce it by 25%, which means that we're making craters the darkest bit. So they're no longer like black, they're just darker than the rest of the surface. But that mask should be the opposite of what it's doing. So if atmosphere is true, perhaps let's invert those values a minute. Because obviously the other thing we need to look at is atmospheric thickness. So that the thicker the atmosphere, the less cratering there will be. So rather than it has an atmosphere, therefore there are no craters, or it doesn't have an atmosphere, therefore there are loads, we'll actually have a gradual increase in the amount of cratering based on the density of the atmosphere, just to keep it realistic and believable. Which means we need to change that back to non-atmospheric. There we go. So the non-atmospheric ones will be cratered. To a lesser or greater extent. You can tell I haven't slept. Can't even speak. But yeah, that's quite cool. You can see there the result of applying the multiplier on the lightness value. It darkens the areas where the craters are, just to give them that bit of definition. That's true, actually, Zizi. Yeah, that's a point I had not considered. Yes. Yeah, an atmospheric world is going to have much, much larger craters, even though there's very few of them, because that's the only thing that would have gotten through the atmosphere. Right. So I think we are pretty much done with that. Seeing how random that cratering is. was wondering whether it was worth dialing that down, but to be honest, I guess we do want some heavily cratered worlds. I suppose the other thing as well that's worth looking at, I suppose more so when we look at moons, is if the surface of the planet is like an ice ocean, then there won't be much in the way of cratering, because obviously it would have frozen back over and reformed, and there wouldn't be much of an impact crater left. I'm going to reduce those values ever so slightly, because I think we might be going a bit mad with some of it. Let's go 1 to 4. Yeah, okay. Right then. So now that we've kind of settled on our generation values, we need to make sure that we take the same approach. This particular function is only used in editor, so we don't need to worry about garbage nodes all over the place. Where we do need to worry about it, however, is here. So if we get rid of that, pop that back in there. So for terrestrial and atmospheric terrestrial, we're not going to make a new random stream, because we'll already have one. So we need to set a local variable there. We won't bother with the whole flipping the height map thing, because that didn't do us any favours. That was the wrong one I just deleted. And then we need to replace that variable with that one, and then that one with that one. And then that one. Right, so we're now generating that when we do so after we generated the planet data, we generate the color palette for that world. So we only care about those two at the moment. Why are you complaining? Better. so that's fine because it will naturally use this. Yeah, it will naturally use these variables when doing the procedural planet because it's setting them there. And it will also do that on the holo display. Because it's... yeah, so we know which one of those two materials we're setting the values for, so that's fine. So that should work out of the box. The only other thing we will need to change is our planet painter on the bridge. So if we bring in our test bridge, because otherwise I think it's the UI map that we're using for that. Yeah, that one, texture gen. Yeah, so rocky planet. We need to take those. In fact, we will take all of that and then all of that. Pop them on there. If it lets me move it. Right, abandon that. Use that instead. Pop that back down there. Right, create our variables, and then when we generate our material, which I think is done via an interface. No, wasn't that one? Was it that one? Yeah, this one. Okay, so we're going to have to add we're going to have to add the details to here on the blueprint interface. So we'll set these from here, and we'll need to do the same thing on the actual planet as well. Right, so I'll set those, and where did I hide the blueprint interface? Which one is it? API planets. So that will probably be in there somewhere. Nope, not there. There. That one. Right, so let's just give it an input, and we will call it palette. Right, so we should have access to that data when calling this interface, which will be done from the sensors, because every system speaks to every other system. Find references to that. So I'll just connect that in there. Yeah, that's it. So all the places we need to do it. Right, so having done all of that, let's see how broken it is. Yes, Delta, I agree. We do need LV-426. Or an equivalent of. 7 years of practice, madman. There's a whole bunch of like keyboard shortcuts and things to make blueprint editing quicker. I guess I've just got to memorize them over the years. Are there stars with planets that don't also have asteroids? No, I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, asteroids are what's left over from the formation of the star system, so I don't think it's likely on any level that you'd have a star system with planets that didn't also have asteroids. I mean, stars are even capturing asteroids from interstellar medium, so yeah, every star system will have asteroids for sure. See you back. Enjoy your Christmas party. That's a good start. It's like no sensors. Or hollow display. Alright, brilliant. What? Don't you just love it when you make one small change that has nothing to do with anything, and then the thing that you've touched just doesn't work anymore? Like, the hollow display is gone. And that's gone. I mean, it's kind of behaving like it's got no power. So, yeah, feed hardware. Feed hardware. Well, they're compiling fine, so like I haven't even touched the hollow display, so why is that not on? Yeah, the planet shouldn't be using power. Oh, okay. What's going on with that then? Just to make sure that I'm not going completely mad, let's just try the actual main map. There isn't a reactor on the test map. There is a cube providing power. Right, let's try the actual map and see what happens. This is where we find out that it's also broken here and there's something on the blueprint that's not working. Yeah, there's like a God mode tick box on a bunch of stuff that I can just turn on to test things. Yeah, so it's working here, so it's definitely a test map issue. I bet if I reloaded the map it would be fine anyway. That's how these things tend to go. You'll do. Right, what is it? Great, it's a black sphere. Fine. Do a scan. Actually, I don't want to do a long range one, do I? Exactly, a tesseract. I should make it look like one. Great, so we've got a whole bunch of atmospheric ones and icy bodies. So, right, so this should be an atmospheric terrestrial world with a surface which we can't see because the sun's in the wrong direction. Okay, but if we look at the short range, ooh, it crashed, brilliant. Okay, that was our global event handler plugin, which I shall be ripping out soon because we don't need it anymore. I'm trying to fold all of our global events into the gameplay messaging subsystem, which is fiddly and confusing, but ultimately native within the engine, and I will always take native over a plugin. But we've got like 100 global events, so it's going to take a while to update them all. Hey, Binary. That would be quite cool, Mammon. Yeah. We definitely want to, at some point in the distant future, get licensing for other starships and stuff. So yeah, you never know. I'd love to get licensing to build the Destiny from Stargate Universe. That would be amazeballs. Yeah, true that, CSI. Actually, I have a plan for the 24-hour stream. Obviously, we have a bunch of stuff planned for patch cycle 227, and let's see that they're working now. So it was definitely just a engine bug. Yeah, I want to see if I can knock out, if not all of 227, but the bulk of patch 227's main points, which is a new radial menu for interacting with NPCs, the ability for NPCs to perform more like multi-part tasks. So as the captain, I want to be able to set an order for explore this star system. That's kind of the goal for that patch. So you can arrive at a star system, tell the NPC crew to explore the system. They'll autonomously go around, scan all the planets, and basically get your exploration percentage up to 100 for that star system. Which is kind of the first iteration of like proper commands on the bridge. So I'm hoping that I can get all that done in the 24-hour stream. That is the challenge I've set myself. We'll see whether I achieve it or not. And fix the chat box because it's awful. Right, so this should be that same planet we're on. Yep. Okay. And let's see whether the short range breaks again. No. Okay. Okay, so the data for the surface is only generating the clouds by the looks of things. Yeah, it's only generating the cloud and everything else is black, which means we're not passing through the variables that are needed. So we need to just make sure that that we are, basically. And we also need to make sure that the planet is actually textured. So get rid of that dude. Let's do a bit of manual flying. Where is it? There it is. Okay, yeah, so the surface is definitely generating its texture. So that's something at least. Let's make sure that it's doing all of its tessellation jobs. Ah, crashed. This jittery wobbliness, by the way, when you get down to the surface, is basically floating point errors. When we move over to the new system for tracking objects in space, that should go away entirely. So you'll have non-jittery surfaces, which will be nice. Like once the ship stops rotating, you'll find that the jitter stops as well. It's like locationally, there's no jitter at all. Like now that the ship stopped rotating, you can see there's no jitter. But yeah, as soon as you rotate the ship, the jitter is awful. But that's a side effect of how we are managing positioning objects. Okay, so yeah, so it's definitely getting its surface texture there. So that's working. So we need not worry about that. So what we are missing is we're missing the sensors version. Dare I edit the sensors again? Oh, I think I know what's happening actually. Yes, I know exactly what's happening. It is because I probably haven't connected up the pins on generate material. Yeah, there, look. That on that. Because I made the variables and then didn't bother plugging them in. Right, so that should, if everything else is working, pass the materials across. So the holo display should match what you see out the window. Yeah, it'd be nice actually first, and also to get the NPC crew to survey a sector. So you could ask the sensors NPC to start scanning for like a power signature, like a text signature, and they'll just keep going through star systems until they find a text signature, at which point they'll stop scanning and say, right, I found something. This is now, required for the captain's attention. Which could be good. Yeah, we go back to one or similar planet. Okay, and then we'll cheat our way there. Right, so yeah, it definitely has a texture there. So hopefully it also has one on here. Ah. Ish. I thought that was reading the same data as that. Sure, I'd set them up the same. Why is it green? I mean, it's clearly not green. Let's try the one we were at before. And cheat. Also green. Okay, so right, okay. This could be an sRGB thing. I shall have a look, but let's see what the holo display is doing. It might actually need the same blueprint interface update. Would not surprise me. Yeah, it does. Oh, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Okay, weird. Oh, but it is making its own request. would explain it. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, scan all the G-class stars in this area. It would certainly stop wasting time scanning M-class stars, which are very unlikely to have life. And the holo display's gone. Yeah, we'll definitely have M-class stars with interesting stuff, but whether or not they have life really depends on some really lucky dice rolls, because you're basically going to have a tidally locked eyeball planet with its own very thin habitable zone around the twilight zone. If the star hasn't ripped away the atmosphere because they're so flary. So yeah, maybe the only practical life-bearing planet in an M-class system might actually be a moon. So a moon of a gas giant, whereby the gas giant's magnetic field is protecting that moon from the flares from the M-class star within the habitable zone. So it's warm enough. It's not tidally locked because it's locked to the gas giant instead. And it's protected from solar radiation. So if all of those tick boxes are ticked, then life could be practical under an M-class star. But I look forward to delving deep into the science and the numbers on that one. I think the engine is messing about, so I'll just restart the engine a minute. I think it depends where and how far out from the radiation belt you are. I think there's definitely some sweet spot where you're protected from the stellar radiation, but you're not also being cooked from the gas giant's radiation. Yeah, exactly. You have to believe in the ability to form life. There we go, it's back. Yes, absolutely. Weird. Why is it green? So this must be something peculiar to the planet gen specifically. Like, sorry, the texture gen. Oops, I went and fell onto the planet by mistake. Yeah, it must be something to do with the texture gen, greenifying the planets. We need to fix that before we can get to the point where we're dragging that colour down to the surface. Although saying that, let us try. Because I'm interested to see whether it's going to make the surface green as well. Depending on where it gets it from. Right, so we spawn the planet when we configure the surface. We are applying our biome texture. Oh, actually no, that is the foliage. Right, this is the textures. So let's make one of those as a material instance. See, normally I would rely on custom data on the mesh, but I don't think that's going to work here. So if we make a dynamic material instance instead, and we'll make a dynamic version of this. Blah 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 blah. Right, so we want to do a 3-color lerp on here. And then I guess we'll make oops, no, not that. 3 vectors specifically, and we will call it mountains. Mountains Gandalf. Upland. Can't remember what I called it now. And coastal. And we'll lerp those on the height. Although that said, yeah, actually, saying that, we don't want to lerp that yet, because we need to derive the full height mask from this, which is where... Yeah. Yeah, there. It was there somewhere. Yeah, so we can grab the height from that. for now, what we'll do is we'll replace the top color with mountains, and then the bottom color is our upland color. We'll just give these a couple of generic colors for now. So that's our mountains color. That would just be like randomly green, and water would be our coastal. Don't care about that. Don't want that. I don't technically want that, so I'll come back to that. Make that blue. Right. So yeah, so when we run our check for the planet, yeah, we're grabbing the data from the system gen there. So basically the way this is working is every time we enter a star system, we generate all the data for that star system. So none of the data exists when you're not within half a light year of the star. Otherwise it would be data overload. So we grab and store everything that's within that star system, which means when we're checking for nearby planets, we also have access to all of that data, which also then means if we grab that as a variable, like so, then we can access that from here, and then drive our dynamic material instance from that. I suppose we'll do that before we do anything else, just so we got a reference to it. So create dynamic material instance, and that's going to be our dynamic one. Helps if you spell stuff properly. So surface biome dynamic, and then we'll promote that to our ow. That's another set of holes in my leg. Thank you. So dynamic surface. Right, so we'll get that, and then we can, before we apply it, we will set vector parameter value, and then we need to do that 3 times. I'll do it like that for ease sake. we shall break our color palette. And just plug them in like so. So, mountains. I'll rename it Lowland. It's difficult to type with your nose in the way. Right, and then for terrestrial and atmospheric terrestrial, we're going to use our dynamic surface, which will inherit the colors of our generated data. Catchy plunger, love it. Yeah, and then we need to set that to lowland. Right. Let's give that a whirl. So the thing I'm interested in is whether or not the surface is green, because that will tell me whether it's a data issue or a texture gen issue. And we'll load it again because it didn't access the database. It's better, that did that time. Alright, so we'll go back to our test planet again. Although I'll pick a different one because... Oh. Where's Alpha Centauri gone? Weird. Alright, go there instead. Don't you love it when entire star systems just vanish? Right, what we got there? So that looks like a grey one. So check out the map there, which is green. So it should not be green on the surface. It is not. It is grey. Ah. Ah. That's using the default texture. Let's know. Oh, hang on. Is it checkerboarding? No, this looks like it's using the default texture. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Entire star sim just gone. Let's just simplify this a minute. So I don't think... Oops. Do we need to care about that at all? So basically we're lerping from our coastal blue to that, which is basically we take the normal angle and make it mountains if it's too steep. Yeah, and if we're not using that, then we're only using that, basically. Yeah. Yeah, so we don't care about any of that. Right, so we've got coastal, mountains, and lowland. And we're grabbing mountains, coastal, and lowland. Okay, we've got our color palette coming from the planet Gen. And we're sticking our dynamic surface in there, which we're defining there. Okay, so that should be everything needed. Let's give that another try a minute. Yes, I'm definitely going to have to sneak in a Babylon 5 reference somewhere in Epsilon Eridani. That would be great. Oh, look, I found it. It's come back. Okay, yeah, same again. It's okay, so it's not liking having a dynamic material instance, annoyingly. I wonder why. Don't think there's anything specifically preventing that. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can do it without making it a material instance first. I mean, I'll try it, but reasonably sure that's not needed. Yeah. Right, so that's a material instance version of the material. I mean, that shouldn't make any difference. That's definitely the right object type. I mean, it might be that the terrain doesn't support material instances, dynamic ones, which would be weird. I could probably do it with a material parameter collection instead. That's doable, but we'll Just try and see whether that works a minute. Because we do need to do the same thing for like trees and grass, and you know, changing the color of those things dynamically. Come on, it's an SQLite database. It's not that hard to open. Okay, yep, it's still failing to render the material. All right, fine. There's a kitten inside my computer, so if the stream ends, then something bad happened. Oh, just discovered a fan. Yeah, don't stick your paws in that. Completely forgotten how to do material parameter collections, or rather specifically how to assign them. Hang on. I have one I prepared earlier I can borrow. So do you literally just... How do you access it? I'm just going to like copy paste it and change the parameter collection. That's easier. Planetary surface, there we go. Right. Coastal, there we go. Can we make that a vector 3. Nope. Okay. It's funny how you completely forget how to do things. What am I looking for? Customization system. Oh, okay, so it is just a material parameter collection on there, okay. Right, so if we get rid of that and do that instead. So, mountains, lowland, coastal. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Right, so we don't need the dynamic material instance anymore. We just need the actual material. Which means we don't need to do that anymore. That should hopefully update. Let's give that a whirl. Good night, CSI. Have a good one. And good night, Binary. Have a good one too. But I'm not actually going to stop streaming. I promised a longer stream tonight, and I will probably go through for another hour yet. There's a few things I want to get done, so I'll keep on doing them. Right, so that's still green. What do we have here? Aha! Grey. Right, so this one is now updated. So to be fair, this shouldn't have foliage on it because it's a rocky world. I just set it so any planet that has an atmosphere has foliage, just for testing purposes. But not that you can see through all the grass, but the surface material is now grey, as it should be. Should be some variation on that, but yeah. So the material parameter collection did work, material instance did not. No worries, Delta. Enjoy. No good. I'm all good, thank you, Claire. Yes, there is a kitten to my right, destroying something. Not sure what, actually. Something. Yeah, all I've had to eat this evening actually was a bacon sandwich, so after the stream I shall go and have some proper food. Right. Okay, so we know the textures are working on planets, so that's good. Textures are not working on the holo display, and that's bad. So let's see if we can sort that out. So that would be this thing at fault. Right, so that's just linear color. Shouldn't have any issues there. So, oh no, that's fine. So it's the same function. And with an atmosphere, we are using our established variables. We're not doing any colorization. Oh, we can skip that now, because we're handling that here. Interesting. Let's try a non-atmospheric one, just out of interest. Yeah, it's only what did I eat today? I had like a full English breakfast for breakfast because we were out today, and then nothing else until a bacon sandwich. Many hours later. Yeah, let's go see what Will 359 has to offer. I do believe the kittens have the zoomies. They seem to be up and down all over the place. I predict things being knocked over shortly. Right, so that is definitely not... Oh, hang on. No, it is. It has a very thin atmosphere. That's no good. Let's do a medium range survey. They're all atmospheric. That's no good to us. Oh, let's not go to a white dwarf. That's not going to help either. I may also be in pain imminently. I can feel a leg jump coming on. In reality, these wouldn't be atmospheric, I wouldn't have thought, given it's an M class. They'd probably be stripped of their atmospheres. So that's definitely a job for the future, sorting that out. Weird. Why are they all atmospheric ones? And the interesting thing with that is that in order for a planet to be an atmospheric world, it needs to be able to hold on to molecular hydrogen, which means it needs to be big enough to hold on to molecular hydrogen, which all of them obviously are, which is crazy. I'm looking forward to really going over the Galaxy Gen code again with a fine-tooth comb, refining all these little issues. See, I'm now wondering whether all of the rocky worlds are generating as atmospheric ones, whether they should be or not. I mean, it's like, what's the escape velocity of this world? Yeah, there. Yeah, so that's like half the escape velocity as Earth. That's even less. Wow, even less. So I'm suspicious about this being an atmospheric world because the escape velocity is so low. So you'd think that that wouldn't be holding on to molecular hydrogen. Yeah, it seems statistically unlikely. Let's go with a different class. Oh, not that one. Let's try a K class instead. If all of these are atmospheric as well, then I suspect something's broken. Yes. Suspicions of breakage are strong. Okay, well, let's just go and check one out a minute. Where'd it go? Planet, where are you? Oh, you're over there. I want a non-grey one. Actually, let's just check all of them in turn, I suppose. Planet. I think I teleported a bit far away. Oh no, it's just that black mass in front of me. There is a planet there, honest. Somewhere. Ah, there it is. Yeah, true. Yeah, I think that one is there's also another grey one. Next. Oh, actually saying that. Hold on a minute. That's not grey. Right, so the surface then should be whatever colour that is. Which is hard to see, one because of the foliage, but two because it's so bright. Okay. Ow. Yep, there comes the leg perforations I was expecting. Hello. I'd like to think it was affection, but I'm sure she's just hungry. Hang on a minute. The default colours here are suspiciously white. Let's just make sure that we don't have any weirdness happening with the colour values, because I might not be updating the parameter collection properly or at all. Ah. Right. So even though it is of type NPC planetary surface, you still need to specify it. I will explain it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, she wanted a nose boop. I mean, that was nice. Come on, read the database. Actually, if we set that to continue, then it should hopefully load the save file, and we'll be where we were. No, still at Earth. Might have overwritten it, but yeah, something got knocked over. Yeah, I'll go back to one of the Wolf 359 ones so that we're not dealing with too bright of a star, so we can see the surface properly. And now we have to work out, is it really that colour, or is that just the colour of the star? Fell down a hole. See, this is the constant challenge. Trying to get consistent lighting. See, it's difficult to know, isn't it? Yeah, I think we're going to have to check a star system with a white star so we can get the true colour of the terrain. And I will turn off that surface clutter simply by doing that. Yes, I could try the flashlight, to be honest. It is indeed white. If we go to a G class, then that will help. Funnily enough, like Alpha Centauri. And whichever one wasn't, grey. Yeah, that was definitely grey. What about that one? Can't tell. Let's just go down and find out. Looks grey to me. Next. Grey and in darkness. Next. Ooh, colour. Definite colour. It's a shame it's in darkness, but colour. And 2 colours, which is good. So the is that steep terrain or yeah? I think we've got some dark coastal bits too. Yeah, it's definitely darker bits over there. Okay, so that is a success. As basic as this is, the kind of point is that it's taking the texture of the planet, or at least the hue values for the planet, from a central data point. So what you see from space will be reflected by the colour of the terrain on the surface. Which is good. That is what we wanted. Right. That took way longer than I thought it would. As is always the case with these things. Right, so if we bring back the surface foliage, let's see if we can do stuff with that. That should be less finicky when it comes to material instances. In fact, and because they're static meshes, we can use mesh data, so we don't even need material instances. We can bypass that and save ourselves draw calls in the process. And I'll work out why the hollow display is green at some point too. Right, so we want to look at our spawnables, which is hiding somewhere. Oh yeah. Also add it and then remove it because we're spawning that dynamically. Right, so these are the things it's spawning. So grass close. If we start with that one, right, so that's the mesh for the grass, which is a bunch of planes with world offset, I would have thought. It's not naniting because it's going to be, I'm assuming, a transparent material. So yeah, I'll leave it non-nanite for now because nanite hates masked geometry. It just creates lots of overdraw. When we shift over to nanite foliage, then we'll fully nanite it up. But we need to start messing with this. So we will keep the wind for now. Subsurface scattering is acting weirdly because it's illuminating the plants even when the planet is occluding the star. So I think what we'll do... Yeah, we'll probably ignore... No, actually, no, we won't ignore that. See, ideally, we'd want to use custom primitive data on this, but... the spawn is happening in the background, so I might parameterize this as well, actually. Because what I need to do is I need to convert this to the actual PCG tools rather than using the one that's built into the plugin. Yeah. Yeah, I will parameterize that. So just to keep it simple for now, before we PCG it up, we shall make another material parameter collection, now that I've remembered how to do it. And we'll start changing up some of the color values. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. So NPC planetary grass color. And we want a vector value. And we shall make that obnoxious green. And we'll just call it color. And then on our material, we shall bring in the parameter. Now I don't remember how to grab the NPC in the material. No, that's definitely not it. Or is that it? Oh yeah, that's it. There we go. It was that simple. Right, so we'll drive the blend color with that, which will give us the green. If that isn't fully changing the color of the grass, because it might keep some of the albedo color, I will remove saturation from the albedo and just give it a solid color just for testing. Although it does seem to be doing that already, which is useful. And then the question is, how strong do we want that? I guess we want some or a bit of the original color coming through. So the original color. Right, okay, so we've got brown root bulbs. Okay, so if we make it like purpley blue, oh, okay. replace it entirely? I don't know. Okay, so yeah, so what I'll do then, rather than doing a blend overlay, we shall multiply it by that colour instead. And we'll have to mask off the RGB from that. Yeah, it's not blue enough. So okay, if we do a bunch of desaturation on there. Basically, I want to remove the saturation from that and replace it with the blue. We don't do that because that's just. Oh, actually, no. I know what we can do. Just do that. Oh, hang on a minute. I've just realised what I'm doing. I haven't hooked up that. I had it right the first time. Right, that goes in there, which goes in there. Right, there we go. That's better. Yeah. Have a good one, Madman. Thanks for watching, as always. Right, there we go. Purple plants. And see if I can make that more aggressive. I mean, I could just take that channel, couldn't I? Let me just literally do that. I wanted to keep some of the detail from the albedo, but hang on, let's just see how rubbish this looks. Relatively rubbish, but that's weird. Why is that on that channel? That doesn't look Okay, so the other thing I can do, if I just do that. And then what we can do is we can take the albedo and just kill the saturation on there. Which gives us that. So it's interesting that it's using a coloured mask for the translucency, which is not normal. It's better. Yeah, that'll do better. Right, so with that done, where are we? Planetary surface. So when we do our surface config, we will also pick just a completely random color for our grass. So we will duplicate that. I never picked the right one. That one. Yeah, so what we'll do, we will just pick a random hue value, and I guess a random saturation as well. Yeah, stick that just one for now. So we'll do random flow in rain. So 0 to 360. Saturation we'll do, I guess 0.5 to 1. Right, so every planet that has grass should have randomly colored grass. Which will be random every time, so it's not parameterized yet. It's not following a seed. So Earth should have weird grass. Huzzah! Earth now has pink grass. So if we now go back and check Earth again, it should have completely different colored grass. Which it will only have if it bothers to load Earth. I think what's happening is it's not closing the database when I quit game in the editor. Yeah, because there be no Earth. So it's trying to open the SQLite database, but it's locked. Okay, now it's unlocked, so I can open it again. Okay, and Earth's grass is green this time. Yeah, so that's working. So what we want to do then is we want to, I guess we want to derive the color of the grass again in the galaxy gen, so that it's properly seed driven and always the same. So if we go grab our where are we? That one. So I guess as well as the surface palette, we also want to generate our ground palette. And we'll make this one more simple. So we'll just take that and that. And again, all of this will be driven by the actual planet data and the type of star and all that. Right, so we don't need that one, do we? So we'll set that to 1, and that's 0 to 360, and then 0.5 to 0.95, and then we will promote that to a variable. Yeah, local variable. No, to. Oh, actually, are we doing local? Yeah. Yeah. Right, and this will be. For now, until we didn't want to grab that thing, until we have like the actual data points hooked up properly, we'll stick a random color in there from the existing procedural seed, so it's the same every time. Obviously that won't work for the likes of Earth, because again, this data needs to be added to the custom system data pool. Okay, so we also need to add that to our struct. And so we're going to save all, because we're going to do the whole breaking stuff thing. So we'll add a variable to this, which is our grass color. Right, and then abandon ship, because again, all of those will, by connection to the master struct, all be referencing that now. So won't save any of that. And reload. Yeah, well, I missed the stream on Wednesday because I completely forgot what day it was. So I thought I'd do a longer stream today to make up for it. I was actually planning to start at 7 tonight, but traffic made that impossible. It took us almost an hour to drive about 10-15 miles. It's just been one of those days traffic-wise today. Right, so now that we've got that on there, all we need to do is go to there. Add grass to our struct, like so. And now we have our grass color as a data point. Get rid of that a minute. And on the surface, and we can now take our grass color and pop it on there rather than doing a random generation. So now our colors should be consistent every time per planet. So let us just test it. We'll check the Alpha Centauri ones again. Okay, planet number 1 has purpley blue grass. Okay, planet number 2 has red grass. Right, now if we go back to planet number 1 again, this should be purpley blue still, which it is. Good. And then again back to planet 2, should still be red. Yes, it is. Okay, great. Yeah, so we've got some weird, again, response from the subsurface scattering in that it is lighting through the terrain. So that needs fixing. But at least it works. Okay, next planet. Kind of reddish grass on this one. And purple grass on this one. And this one has coloured terrain as well. I'm using the Shader World plugin. I've looked at various solutions, and Shader World does what we need at the speed we need it to do it. As you can see, like going from planet to planet, it generates the terrain that quickly. It's instant, which is good. We still need to do a lot of work on the procedural side of that. The noise algorithms, importing height maps and all the rest of it, and making the terrain an actual planetary surface rather than just a collection of purple grass and rocks. It's weird that in the editor the trees don't spawn, but in a package game they do, so that's weird. I'm going 1-to-1 planet scale. We've tested it already with an Earth map, which I shall demonstrate. Now, let's stick a random... Actually, no, I can't demonstrate now because we're spawning the terrain at runtime now, so I can't stick it on there. But the terrain that I'm running around is actually Earth. I've imported a 4K height map for Earth, and then we're just stretching that height map across the terrain. by way of the material which generates the clip map. So we've, through the experimentation, basically, we've got the ability to render the landscape that matches the height map for the planet, so the coastlines are in the same place. You know, if you see an island from space, that island should be there when you go down to the surface. And then all the actual detail is generated through noise, because that detail is small enough that you don't need to make that consistent between space and the surface. As long as the coastlines and the islands are in the right place and they're the right size, then we can do the rest through noise. That's true, actually. Yeah. So last Friday's stream, I demonstrated the height map, the global height map, and like the Earth map, and it working and stuff. Okay, so what have we achieved? We've got planetary surfaces inheriting the consistent color of the terrain, so that's done. We can now colorize assets on the surface, that's done. What else? Falling through the terrain, that's the other thing we needed to fix. Let's close all this a minute. So again, obviously this is all very experimental test stuff, so it doesn't look very pretty at the moment, but what we're doing is establishing the framework for building up the data pool, adding more layers of data to add more depth to planetary surfaces, so that like every single aspect of the data we're generating for planets is affecting the terrain, it's affecting what's on the planet's surface. Because in a game which is like based entirely on exploring the galaxy, that the act of exploration itself needs to be interesting. So that's the other thing we want to do. We wanted to change things like the height of trees, the height of grass, based on gravity on the planet. So low gravity worlds have higher trees, high gravity worlds have short stumpy trees, and super high gravity worlds probably don't even have trees at all. They'll have like lichen and mosses, because it's the only things that can survive the high gravity environment. So we really want the flora of a planet to be completely reflective of that planet's conditions, and that's what all this is about. Grabbing data from the galaxy gen and turning that into what you see on the surface. So we are making strides with that. So when it comes to the spawnables, I don't have direct control over those at the moment because they're not on the PCG tools. So once I convert that over, then we can start experimenting with gravity. But yeah, what we do need to fix is the collisions. So what's going on there? Well, actually, why don't we open up a test map and have a look? Because we do have one. That's what we wanted. Right, so here's the reference map, which is at sea level. One of the issues I think with what we're doing is we're generating the terrain way below zero at the world origin. So that might be why we're having some issues. So things which need to be fixed. But let's just check collisions on this. obviously this is a completely different pawn. But yes, collisions are working a long way from where we spawned. Right, okay. And it crashed. Brilliant. Oh, and it was Shader World itself that crashed. Ooh, knocking stuff over. I'm finding the editor to be quite flaky lately. And I don't know whether that was like a 5.6 thing, or whether it's just flakier than usual. But hopefully shifting to 5.7 will fix that. I'd love to, Data, but I fear I would fall asleep. Plus I'm hungry. I need snacks. Right, let's get rid of that. I should get rid of the black squares. And let's change that to our character. Right, and then I'm going to have to call a global event to possess the pawn, otherwise we won't get any pawn. And bunch of stuff, bunch of stuff, bunch of stuff. Right, so let's stick in our event handler. So basically, we have to fire a global event when the galaxy's been generated, which tells the loading screen to get rid of the loading screen pawn and spawn the actual character. So that should happen there. There we go. Spawned the character, who then falls immediately through the terrain into oblivion. Can we teleport? Interesting. So let's okay, yeah, so there's no collision there. Okay, so does that mean then that the character that we're using requires something? See, I wouldn't expect anything specific on the pawn that was sorting out collisions. That's just like inventory stuff. Don't really care about that. Although steel collection stuff. So what was that? That was Shade World, third person character. Shade World player controller. It's alright, I didn't want that. Yeah, so there's definitely something about this particular character which means the collisions are working. And also the spawning of objects as well. Okay. So is it the controller that's doing stuff? Classic Unreal. Compiling shaders when you need to do something. Oh, right. Yeah, so this is a C++ class, which is why I cannot access it. I'll have to dig through that and see what it's doing. That aside, I don't think there's anything... Yeah, it's inheriting from character, so it's not its own... Oh, hang on, though. Wait a minute, what's that? Is that the issue, I wonder? Okay, I'm not falling through the floor, so that's something. Ha! Okay, yeah, so it was that component I was missing. Great. Right, so that should mean then we shouldn't be falling through terrain on planets. I shall run over here a minute and see whether we fall through anything. Yeah, it's almost 1 AM here. But yeah, I am streaming for longer because I missed Wednesday. And I didn't want to disappoint you fine people, so I thought I'd stream longer today. Plus I'm enjoying myself, so why not? Well, I think it's safe to say that those collisions are working, and I'm not falling through anything, so that's good. So that being the hurrah, that being the case, we should have full collisions and spawning of props, I hope, on actual planets. So we'll just do a quick test of that, and then I will call it a night. I am, yeah. Touching virtual grass counts, doesn't it? Also finished all my water almost as well. Oh wow, I can't manage that anymore, Delta. I used to be able to. Well, this morning I went to bed roughly about 6 AM because I was fixing bugs as usual. But I had to be up at 8, so yeah, I didn't get a lot of sleep. She should be watching. Is Claire watching? That's the question. She might have fallen asleep. What map am I looking for? That one. Hello, Acorn. How are you? Oh. Oh, I thought that was Claire. It wasn't Claire. Oh, it was Claire. Claire has arrived.
Hello.
Walper was just saying hello to you.
Oh, hey, well, you don't have to know where my car keys are, do you?
No, I have no idea. It's because you mentioned her name and she appeared.
Magic.
Ah, look, we have trees. Okay, so that collision thing was definitely the problem. Which means then, hopefully, I'm just going to keep running, and if we don't fall through the floor, then we have success.
Stay doggies. No, no, no.
No, this is terrain generation in 5.6. None of this foliage is nanite foliage, it's just static meshes that we're spawning. It's not using the PCG tools yet. But yeah, much success. We're no longer falling through the floor, so that's good. A simple missing component was the problem. Yeah, so there is no surface texture right now. It's just literally a color that we're applying, so it doesn't have any of the niceties. What is coming in 5.7 is nanite tessellation on terrain. So the terrain we've got here doesn't support tessellation yet, but I spoke to the dev the other day and he said it is coming in 5.7, so that would be good. I'm struggling to get up this hill. So we're currently running across a height map of England, which was the global height map that I added. You can't really tell at this scale, but this is the UK. Over in the distance there, those are the Alps. Obviously the map is scaled down at the moment. It's true, it's not raining, for once. Oh, it's not that exciting, I'm just on its Discord. So because this terrain loops, we can actually run forever. So you will never reach the edge of this terrain. It will just keep going and going and going. Obviously, because we are using a global height map, obviously you will reach the end of the height map and it will just loop around and start again. And that's where we'll handle teleporting the player to the opposing edge to give the illusion of spherical worlds. But yeah, as you can see, it works and it just keeps on going. So in order for this to be a proper usable planetary terrain, obviously we need to really sort out the noise and make it a lot more interesting in terms of its geology. You know, we want proper valleys and canyons and, you know, really interesting terrain. Actually, that was going to be my next question to myself is, yeah. Looking at the static camera views from the ship, you can kind of see the terrain below. Yeah, so does ragdoll work was the question I was thinking. And, oh, no, there we go. And yes, it does. And you don't fall through, so... There's so many times we've considered taking ragdoll out because it causes so many issues, but the hilarity of it is worth keeping the pain. Yeah, we got a little cat thing for Halloween, and I liked it, so I left it there. His eyes actually glow, but the batteries are run out. I need to wire it up to the mains. I was going to have Christmas lights on this stream, but they're so bright that it just completely washes out the image. So I did pick up some dimmer ones today, so I'll try them on the next stream. If you wonder why I'm still running, I'm trying to encounter like a floating point issue or some other shenanigans that are breaking things. I can delta, yes, quite easily. There are quite a few host options we need to add, but yeah, I can certainly make ragdoll blockable as host if you want. The funny thing is, I've disabled non-nanite caching for virtual shadow maps, and it's still apparently doing it. Odd. Well, I think... ow. Thank you. I think this successfully tests running. We're not falling through the terrain, we're not having any weird glitches, everything's spawning. What I'm really looking forward to actually in 5.7 is Epic's version of Speed Tree. So procedural, in fact entirely procedural foliage is coming in 5.7. So we can basically author like a huge array of different leaf meshes, for example. And we'll be able to then build trees procedurally using any leaf mesh that we want. And that'll be anything from, you know, big, fat, stumpy trees to like really thin, spindly trees with, you know, an almost infinite array of different leaf designs. So, and with it being nanite foliage as well, we can literally do like pine needles in geometry with individual needles. It's that good. I mean, these trees are using a just mesh cards, so it's just like 2D meshes with masked materials on them, which is why up close they look awful. But yeah, nanite foliage is awesome. Yeah, I agree, Delta. Yeah, it'd be cool to have like Discworld, as in Terry Pratchett's Discworld, somewhere in the galaxy, as a homage. Should I just spend the next hour just running in a straight line? That would be entertaining content, wouldn't it? Well, I think, yeah, I think this proves the point. It's working. So, obviously, the next steps with this is obviously authoring like proper assets for the terrain. We want a massive variety of ground foliage, different styles and shapes and sizes, with a lot more functional materials where we can change like leaf color without having to apply that same color to the branches and that sort of thing. But yeah, I'm really excited about this. I think I think the planetary surfaces are going to be really super engaging, and I think with performance the way it is, in fact performance like triples when you go down to the planet. Like if you're on the dev build, look at your FPS on the bridge, and then look at your FPS when you go down to a planet. Like literally triple your FPS on planets. They're so lightweight, it's brilliant, and that's with this much like foliage and clutter. So we'll be able to have really dense jungles on planetary surfaces, with very little impact on the GPU, which is great. We want all the detail, all of it. Ow. Okay, that's like the third time she's just run up my leg. Okay, well, on that happy note, I shall wish you all adieu, and I shall be back on Sunday for another stream, where we'll be doing some Caravella class stuff. I think Claire has disappeared off somewhere, so I shall go and find her, and I shall go and have something to eat, because I'm hungry. And I have bum ache, so I'm going to go and stretch as well. Right, have a good one, everyone, and I shall see you on Sunday. Bye for now.